Okay, YouTube. Should be up and running. Don't know why Restream doesn't pass the thumbnail to YouTube. But I think it is good. All right, so yep. Streaming again today. Streamed last night for about like 5 hours for the first stream of the new channel. And I mean, hopefully, or I did learn that all my audio settings were terrible. So I readjusted everything, got rid of wavelength, and made the whole system a little bit simpler. So hopefully the audio is better than last night's stream. But yeah, I guess, yeah, YouTube looks like it's working. So anyway, so last night we were working on the ADE app. That's what we're gonna be working on tonight. I was working on it a little bit this morning while I was watching some YouTubes, drinking the coffee. Last night the last thing we were working on was adding images to the ADE. And it really got complicated really quick. As far as like being able to pass images from one agent to another agent and having them get context. What I thought was happening was cool, but what was actually happening was the second agent had no idea what was going on. So if we just take like a screenshot of this, I actually haven't tested this since the advisor did the latest round of updates. So the way it's working now is I can take a screenshot, I can paste it, or I can drag it, and then it puts in this temporary tag. This is like the new name of whatever image, or it could be a PDF or a video that gets shrank down. And then there's a rule in the Claude file or the agent file that says, look, if you see this, go check a folder for that specific asset, and then it sends the full path and all that through the MCP to the other agents. So this last round, we were having some issues where it was like inspecting the metadata, but not the actual image itself. Add a task to the builder and have it transcribe what is visible in the screenshot. So we'll see if that works. So yeah, it was sending, I think I still have the report. ADE tests working content. Yeah, so it would just come back as unclear, because it was just reading metadata and like not actually looking at the image. So now you can see that it's tested a builder, blah blah blah. Spec artifact ID, that's for the database for it to track and do the cleanup. So there's no orphan images. Yeah, so you can see here, expected local asset path, input assets image 3. So it puts it in there temporarily, and it's a small thing, so you can just backspace real quick to delete it. And now it says it's done. Report actually came in pretty quick. Runtime unknown, model unknown. Okay, well that's wrong. Failure. Actually, that's why. Question raised. So it wrote a report. So this is new. Ran an image task and it came back with a question. Inspect what went wrong with the task and what the question is. Also, the Kanban has the task stuck in building versus blocked, and then the notification is report and not question / failed / blocked. No clear way to answer or view the actual question. Relying on the content of the report is too much. So this is actually the first time that I've had a task go to question. So I've actually never seen this experience. That's fun. Screenshot. This is the original, I think. Single task work streams need to show the task number similar to tasks inside a work stream that did the new prompt hardened behavior. It asked a blocking question instead of faking unclear. The bad part is downstream state UI. The workstream was marked complete and a report notification effectively buried the pending question. Make this a tiny UI change, find the single task, workstream, rendering path, found the split, single text. Okay. You do that there, dude. Inventing text. The badness is downstream. The UI missed the task question or the event as a status update. Okay. Okay, so that will be... The actual question is, I cannot visually inspect or OCR image. So it knows the image in this environment. Please provide the readable text. The task row is already blocked with Swift. Never maps question to blocked. Then the reporter then dismisses the question notification and then writes the block state report. So yeah, image handoff worked, but why can't the agent visually see the image? Go ahead and stop that dude and run it. Check to see if the task numbers showed up. Perfect. What other things does this dude need? I need to be able to command V into the architect pane. But I need to get the actual image recognition working. The builder is still on it. Did it remove the... It did go ahead and remove the input asset because the work stream cleared. Which is, I guess technically that's correct because it did say that the work stream was complete even though it was wrong. architect. Can I even... So I can paste text, I can't paste the image. With the paste command, keyboard. Also need to know when the architect frame has focus. Make a faint outline around the pane when it does. Keep a narrow paste shortcut, capture, reuse the existing upload path, add a subtle focused border. Beautiful. I'm interested to see if this is going to create a new type of notification where instead of like the full report, it gives me like a summarized, an actual question, because that definitely needs to happen. It should probably then have like well, I don't know if it'll generate a report once this fix goes in. It might actually just generate the question. So it might be because this dude is writing. So that's the when it actually has it. So now I should be able to, let's actually do this, so maybe the... Sweet. Okay, so that happened, and then have the builder transcribe this image and the text in into an MD file. Image 3 Kanban is okay, so it got blocked again. Question raised. Okay, so this is new. So the new notification preview in the drawer is now visible, but when I click on it, it launches a new agent window, but doesn't actually ask me the question. So it's kind of useless. Also, it doesn't change the icon color upon read like the other notifications. Also, it's still moved to blocked in the says blocked as well versus user input required, or versus question, because it could go to the advisor or it could go to the architect in the future when it's on YOLO mode, versus question. It then still completed the workflow and generated a report and deleted the image. One step forward, 2 steps back. Good times. Next tight fix. The two nastiest pieces. Task number 12 is blocked on question number 2, but the reporter still created report, marked the report, run done, and cleaned, blah, blah, blah. So we need one more fix. Pending questions should pause the work stream. Goddamn right. That should have been in there a long time ago. I'm really ready to start cleaning up this UI, but clearly the logic isn't even in place yet. This whole like conductor thing, that isn't even a thing anymore. There used to be a conductor agent, and then we just made that entirely logic based. I think it'd be cool to have like a copy the response from an agent from like the builder or the QA in the future. So then you can just copy what it says back to the architect. I could even do the, what is it, like TTY or something like that? That could be cool. Make a to-do item in the optimization. Button for the non-architect. Agents, so that it should copy the response and then paste it into the architect's input field for the user to share easily and add their own message to it. So it's gonna fail again, but that's fine because we need to keep testing this loop until at least the loop is correct, and then we can get back to this problem of it not actually being able to read the image. Let's just say we want this. Give this image to the builder for it to transcribe the word inside the image into an ND file. I mean, it sees what it is. But it just can't actually analyze it, like visually. Where are the to-dos? What did it... I don't know where it added it. Didn't see it. It's like doing crazy stuff. I just want you to like report image transcription. It's gonna say unknown or unclear or whatever. Again, delays. I mean, it did, but that took forever. Let's do it again. Why is it still calling it image 3? Make another task similar to Maybe it's just the model. I want you to also inspect the image and transcribe it to me. Just reply, don't make a separate MD file yourself. Did it? I ran the task again and it did. This dude finished it fast. So I think it's just the model. I just started a new task. Okay, so now we're on to something new. I cannot reliably inspect blah 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 with the available tools in this work tree. No image view OCR in this environment. Please provide the exact visible text from the image or transcribable text version so I can recreate. I'll inspect the reference image directly and answer the pending builder question with the transcript. It's legible. The image is legible. Okay. Also asked the architect to transcribe it. It took just seconds to complete. However, the new task ended up in a blocked state with a question. And I interacted with the question notification. It opened a terminal tab or a terminal window. And instead of letting me answer the question, it just gave me the question and then it immediately started working itself. It says that it doesn't have the tools required in this work tree. No image viewer OCR in this environment. Please provide the exact visible text from the image, blah, blah, blah. But then it immediately says, I'll inspect the reference image directly and answer the pending question. And then it says, the image is legible, and it immediately corrects itself. And now the It immediately started, and then it went back to having another question again, and being blocked. And now it's saying that it can see it. It's just doing the loop over again. See the screenshot for details. Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting one for sure. That loop is the wrong part of the behavior. No shit. The ephemeral question agent answered question number 2 and number 4 with unrelated architect output from visible pane, so it unblocked the task with nonsense. That confirms the design is wrong, not just a prompt bug. Question notifications need a native answer dialog that posts your typed answer, not an agent window. Okay, but that doesn't solve the... Before the optimizations sprint happens, we need to be able to interact with tasks. Tasks that get canceled should go to abandoned, and any tasks that have dependencies from the task. Like, technically that's right, but I just don't understand why you would actually do that. This should only be queued, building, or blocked columns. Question notification was launching your agent, and the agent was hopefully answering the builder with unrelated context that explains the loop. Fix now, blah, 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 blah. It's your sheet, not a terminal. You type the answer yourself and submit it. Submit calls the daemon, answer question pathing, requeues the task. No auto answering, no agent trying to solve it. Ba, 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 ba. Review, have the builder review this image and have it transcribe the text into an MD file. Yes. Task is running. Here is a screenshot from the builder pane. That might help. Another related task is being able to restart an abandoned or failed task. Blocked on transcription. Local tooling here cannot display the image or run OCR in this environment. Please provide the visible text or plain text description. Blah, 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 blah. The second screen, Sean, is the new experience for answering okay, that's pretty cool. That was like smart enough. I mean, yes, that is the answer to what it's asking, but that doesn't really solve the problem that we have where the builder can't see the actual image. And it kind of defeats the whole purpose of me just telling it what it is when the task is to transcribe it. Let's just see what it does. Did it actually receive my answer though? I told... Inspect the task. Inspect the task and inspect the task that was just completed. It was moved into the failed column of the Kanban board after I told it to cancel the workflow, which probably wasn't the right thing to say because there was no real answer to the question that it asked. So that's just the status update on that task. We should move into the actual bug and the capability match. I don't even need to tell it this. Like this is just wasting tokens. Architect can see, understand the images in your current flow. The right fix is one of these, probably in this order. Extend the runtime contract with capabilities. The actual bug is capability mismatch. Why does the architect have OCR but the builder does not? Is this because of the model 5.3 or our implementation? Runtime wiring is not simply 5.3 can blah, 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 blah. Can the architect see it? I mean, I think I already tested that. Because you do not support image inputs, it also checks for local OCR, tesseract, and finds none. The architect has OCR because the visible interactive session has image input. The builder does not because ADE converts the image into a stored file. here is a screenshot of the architect doing the request itself. Does it provide us any insight? Probably not. Are we able to make that tool call only happen when the prompt to builder includes optimization? So not every task will be for transcription. I'm just using that as the test bed for now. In the future, I might be saying, here's a screenshot of a button that we're working on. You can see the problem with the styling. And then it passes that on to the builder to fix the styling with instructions on what I want. Does that still fall into your thoughts on how to approach the tool usage? Why does it need the purpose for the tool? Can't it just read the prompt that I gave to the architect? That's actually the cleanest version. The original user architect prompt context. If we pass the builder distilled spec, it may be enough for tasks, but the original prompt is useful for visual intent. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Implement it, and hopefully it works. No idea if it will, though. About to sneeze. He likes this shape. Oh, gonna sneeze again. All right. Inspect input asset. As a lazy MCP tool, it should use text context automatically and use the first backend. And the first backend can use a vision capable runtime config instead of trying to make the builder runtime itself visual. We should see unknown or unsupported binary. Because the available OCR text extraction tooling and no reliable image visualization path for direct reading. How will remote machines... So this report shows worker max shell builder. That's fine when it's a single machine. When it's multi-machine, we'll just give off the machine name. Because it won't be headless, it'll still be an app. Which means it would also be max shell builder. Add a task to research how multi-machine reporting will work. For example, when a report is returned, will the worker be, what is it? Plus machine name, IP, something else. This can come after, can come when we look at multi-machine collab. Yeah, we'll see how that works. I'll hold my breath. Does this actually know what is something from this? What task was this report generated from? Wow, it does. 40 Paints McGee. That's cool. I'm actually surprised that worked. I was kind of mostly expecting it would just launch an agent and then it wouldn't have any idea what the hell I was talking about. So that's cool. Plato, what are you doing? He's doing final tests, which means it should be close to being able to launch it and do a new test. And there's some, I need to, Not sure about that one. Why? How can... Excuse me. Why is it starting at... I guess it's starting at 4 because this orphaned image is still in the directory, and so it just always uploads to as number 4. Because unorphaned ones get removed. I guess that would be why. Man, why is this thing? Dude is taking. There we go. None blocking. Okay, so we can go ahead and try to run it. It might find something, but it's fine. Okay, anything new here? No, these are all stuck still, so that's fine. Add a... Nope, I don't want Siri. Why is the dictation thing not working? Add a task for the builder to transcribe this image. Still says something is wrong. View image is not... would still fail in your current setup. I'm sending the builder a tightening pass to implement. Okay, so it knows it's still going to fail. Why is it saying success? This is so weird. Can't access the image in this environment. No OC. Okay, so it's still the same error as before. Hopefully this dude comes back. With the fix. Is it gonna raise a question? Or just go straight to failed? Add a task for the end of optimization sprint to have to be able to focus on the agent panes and hit escape to kill the workflow should then follow the rules for a failed / abandoned task, including dependents, etc. Include a modal that's not it. Modal to confirm before killing, with a check to skip in to not ask again. Okay, so it did it. Report image transcription. What did you add? What did you actually come back with? Illegible. Fantastic. At least you're not like stuck. All right, so we'll run it again. Now it should have something better. Make the builder transcribe this into an MD file. Yeah, we'll see what that does, if anything. Still can't read OCR, motherfucker. God damn. Task is running. Here is a dump of the in progress builder pane. Just look at all this bullshit. That was intense. I requested blocking clarification from the user because the image is not directly readable. Okay, so what's... Yeah, okay. Did not know about the tool. So calls the default runner with a single payload dictionary, but the default runner is declared as keyword only args. is declared as keyword only. I don't understand. Is this like it's including not in quotes? Is that like what it's doing? Totally guessing. I have no clue. That task should be no, that's fine for that because that'll go away. These will all compact down into tiny tiles. I'm gonna go ahead and add it in the. No, I won't, because I'll just do that at the design phase. Because who knows what that'll actually look like. All right, Plato, what are you doing? How do I increase the amount of allowed sub-agents in Codex? From stale product memory. I might want to set that as a configurable option whenever you create a project. Maybe even in the middle of the project. So architect doesn't spawn like 50 of them. Just configure nothing about. Can you not do it? That dump help builder did know about the new tool, but the live toolpath had a bug. Got it, okay. Let's try this again. Make the builder transcribe this screenshot. Okay, we got MCP stuff. Task is running. Here's a snapshot of the builder pane. So what did it... Is it still failing? Yes. Fuck me. Did call it, but interpreted the completed response as unusable and then fell back into local OCRs. Oh, come on. C Films. Hello, how are you doing? I'm getting real frustrated, man, to tell you the truth. How are you doing today? But the file name is clipboard image. Well, that'll do it. The resolver was matching image 6. Doing great. That's cool, man. Hey, question. This is my second stream, and the first one, the audio was not so good. How is it now? Voice versus music. Loud enough? Too loud? Not balanced correctly? How are we doing? If you don't mind being my guinea pig. Audio's fine. Sweet. Yeah, last night I had like this huge like setup going with like Wavelink and trying to split channels and everything, and it was garbage. So I uninstalled that and then just did it straight in OBS, and like my little quick test this morning sounded fine, but I don't know. Other people's got different setups. So thanks for the feedback. So yeah, I'm trying to get this like image thing working where agents can share screenshots. In the future, any kind of file back and forth between each other. What is an ADE? Is it like an IDE? Yeah, sort of. So, like I'm not a developer, so like opening up, what is it, VS Studio or whatever, like that's just not gonna be. I'll open up like Sublime Text, but that's about as advanced as I'll go. So it'd be like a product for vibe coding, where it's just kind of like how I'm building this product now. I'm just talking to the agents and they do it. But the difference is that instead of just talking with one agent, I have an architect agent, which is this guy here on the left. And he's the one that I talk to, and then it actually writes the prompt based on what I'm asking it to do, and then sends it to a builder agent. And then it goes through this whole like Kanban system. The goal is that it'll have like a vibe template where it's just essentially this, where it's one architect and one builder. But then there'll also be like an engineering template that you could have like 5, it'll have like a architect, builder, testing, QA, and then an ops manager that handles all of the, merging and pushing and all that kind of stuff. So right now I'm just trying to get it to pass. I can like take a screenshot and then I can paste it into the architect, and then when it actually runs it, it just puts in this here, but then when it writes the prompt to the builder, it actually just says, where is it? It's in here somewhere. It actually tells it where that file lives. And so now we're working on having this agent actually pull up its imaging tools. So that's what I'm working on now, and it's not being friendly. So yeah, that's the basic premise. Let's see if you worked this time. Make the builder transcribe this image. Good luck with your project. Oh, thank you, man. trying hard. It evolved from this workflow inside of like Codex, technically inside of Claude, and now I'm just trying to get it over to here. For realsy though. A little bit more bulletproof. Just followed. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, this is my second stream, so any support, I appreciate it. Still trying to learn the ropes. We got sweet ASCII art again, so that means it's not working. Son of a bitch. Early builder pain log. It's not describing anything. Trying to turn the image into terminal visible pixels. Yeah, it was last night I sent it a screenshot of like a photo, and it was like, this would be like the most expensive way of turning a photograph into ASCII art, I think, possible. It was a picture of my desktop, and then it just recreated the whole thing in ASCII, but it took like 10 minutes to do it. So, yeah, burned a shit ton of tokens. Here is more info if it helps. Yep, that extra log confirms the same root cause. I've been trying to get to like an optimization phase sprint for like 3 days now, and I just keep adding features and bugs. And that means I just need to run the optimization audit again on the code base eventually. Once I actually do that, I'm gonna have to do it over again. But this image thing came up like as a oh shit moment type of thing. Where something broke, and I sent a screenshot to this agent, and then it passed it along to the builder, and then I was like, oh, that's kind of a core thing of vibe coding. I probably should have an answer for that. And now I've gone down this rabbit hole for like 6 hours now, probably. So you're saying... Come on, please work. Come on. Okay, we see MCP image is not allowed because you do not support image inputs. What the? Oh, what? Wait. Did that actually... So it... Do I have a favorite tool for vibe coding? Right now I'm using Codex. I've been working on this thing for a couple weeks, and I actually started out in Claude right after 4.7 was released. And so I built most of this up until I actually started doing the Swift thing, the Swift part of it, for the app itself. It seems to be slower but smarter about it. This is actually like the first thing that I've ran into where I've had to like go through multiple rounds of work. Task 20 is queued for the builder. Oh, wait, so image transcription, task 20. Working content. Can you not Google it? That's correct. Image 9, but I didn't get a report. Yeah, see, I used to do development like 12 years ago or so, and then I went. I was working at a startup, and so we had to wear multiple hats. And then we got big enough, and then I just took over the creative stuff. And left the development to better developers. So I understand coding workflows and all that kind of stuff, but whenever I was doing that, it was like jQuery was all the rage. I need to... I don't understand why I can't scroll. Yeah, so jQuery was all the rage. So it's been a couple half a decade since I actually did coding. Since I was strictly on the creative side of things. So I don't do the manual code anymore just because, like, this is all in the code that it is either Python, which I never learned, or it's Swift, which I definitely never learned. So, yeah, it's kind of just a tool for hopefully trying to get the best code quality out of an agentic workflow. For, people who just want to vibe code. I guess there's no real reason why you couldn't do kind of like what you do, where it's a mix of manual and vibe coding. The big problem, the only hurdle that I can see off the top of my head is, so right now this all has a RAG system for memory that gets updated every time there's a commit from a work stream or a work tree, excuse me. So if you're doing if you're doing manual coding as well as vibe coding, I don't know how the vibe coding side of things would get the updated context of your files, especially if you created like a new file. So I don't know. That's my kind of thought. I guess if you know, there's the lead developer or whatever for Anthropic. He was like, I haven't written code since December. I guess that's kind of the route I'm trying to go with this. Here is a partial log from Builder. It looks like it actually worked, but I thought I saw something in Pain. Also, I didn't get a report. Oh, I did get it finally came in. It was just super slow. Image transcription. Text, you cannot Google it. Sweet. So that actually, the whole flow technically worked then, but I want to make sure. I should probably... Remaining cleanup is likely prompt behavior polish. Should not attempt direct view image after. Builder should treat successful inspection result authoritative enough to proceed. Yes, it should. Yes, it should. Let me test it again, and I'll send the full. Let's send like a partial, and then it should give some unclear chips for the stuff that it can't read. Have the builder transcribe this image, and it did delete. It didn't orphan that input, did it? No, it did delete that original one, so that's good. This was a new file. I ran it again, and the here's a more detailed update from the builder's pane. Question is it going, did it run? Did it finish? How do I increase the amount of allowed subagents in Codex? Figurable setting. Oh yeah, it did it. I do not give AI full code files. Instead, I give them parts of code for features that I'm struggling to build or want to build and do not know where to start. Yeah. If I knew how to code, that's probably what I would do. But since I don't know Python and I don't know Swift, kind of stuck there. I'm gonna be on that side of the fence when it comes to time to do the actual design work. I don't know. It's me holding on to design, creative work. I don't think that AI is there yet on that type of stuff. I think it can be with enough handholding, but I also don't know like what the meta is for the correct workflow for doing design work and stuff. So I'll still do like main screens in Figma probably once we get to that point, and then I'll hand it off and then say, go make the additional 5 screens or whatever. But no, I get it, man. I get it. However, it looks like it did eventually finish and it transcribed it correctly. This is now basically working great. I think we need to change the intermediate chip and adding assets to the architect, because the previous task removed the asset after completion. The new screenshot was the same and it thought I wanted describing of the same asset. We should change this to be the last 3 numbers. The last 3 values of the user's UTC info. Would that be enough to separate it out? Yeah, I do really like using AI though for planning stuff. So whenever I started this project, it was like 3 days of just being grilled on different questions, different ideas, and planning it out. So like, I don't know where it lives right now off the top of my head, because again, I'm just using AI for everything because I'm way too trusting. It's somewhere in here. Docs, maybe. No, that's not long enough. I don't know where it lives. Architectural plan, maybe this is it. This might be like the first round of it. So this was all just like one giant plan of how to actually tackle this thing and like doing all the plans and stuff. What is this? Oh, that's the audit for the optimizations. So yeah, I really like using AI to do the initial scoping and like planning everything out. Like that's super helpful for me. Exactly. Chip tag Regus is now biting us. Clean up, deletes the old workstream asset in the next. Because a monotonic project local asset number is cleaner. Some of the stuff that Codex spits back is like super, I don't know, super like over the top. Like there was something last night. It was like inspecting the daemon package or something. I was like, whoa, that's fun. I should make that like a. I need to add that as like a stream tool where I can like highlight text. I mean, I guess all I'd have to do is like just copy paste it into a text file. And then it could be like a news ticker at the bottom of the stream where it's like top sayings from this session. So then it'll just constantly scroll ridiculous things that the agent said. I like that idea. I also need to make a tool. I need to make a tool for capturing ideas. I guess I can just use Obsidian. Stream ideas. News ticker where it reads a text file. Shows the most metal things the agents spit out. An automated tool for taking notes or taking ideas. I like that. I like that a lot. But I avoided the UTC suffix. Compact asset names are now monotonic per project. If image9.png ever exists, a cleanup deletion will not allow future upload to read. I don't. Plan change compact to consider historical DB rows, not only active row files. Preserve the existing prefix. Yes. So the intermediate step queries the DB and finds. Just needs to change enough so that a few images aren't named the same thing in a row. Yes, let's run a whole query on the entire DAS database, because that totally won't come back and bite us in the ass in 3 months. Choices do not matter, already matches current UX. But if the project is 6 months into its life, that query will only be slower and slower. I'm not changing time zones between screenshots. Like, it's just me, bro. Maybe it's saying, because then it'll start having similar image names in the database. I don't know. Maybe it's right. I don't know enough about database performance to, I guess, really be making this call. Oh, reconnecting, great. I like how the AI cares more about ugliness than the designer does. Would this just live in the project DB tracks? Not that I really care, but yes, exactly. Goddamn right. This is explicit typed and avoids stuffing lots of unrelated behavior into generic settings, but if he already has a project that has settings table. Make it best for the long term. Make it work. Will orphaned cleaned up images tracked in this new DB table? on the branch for optimizations, but I haven't done a single optimization yet. That's fun. After that, it just increments the counter, so cleaned up orphaned images are still accounted for without needing to keep scanning them forever. Fuck yeah. Sometimes I plan ahead. Send it. And the prompt hardening. I think after this, we'll have it do a full audit, maybe, of where we actually are. I need to do something with these reports. To make the report more usable. Investigate interactive file links and get changes. Use AI for research. 100%, dude. I'm actually like super pumped about the whole Grok thing. Like, I really enjoy using Grok for research. What I usually do is I'll start, if I'm starting something new or like have an idea, I'll actually go and talk with Grok, and like mainly because it's much more up to date, obviously. About topics, maybe not, but obviously it's still being worked on from an execution point of view, being able to actually build stuff. But for planning, I feel like Grok is actually really good about that kind of stuff and how fast it goes and searches, you know, the internet or X itself or whatever. So I'll start like high level planning with Grok, and then I have it spit out what, you know, it's like 10 paragraphs of a plan are, and then I'll bring that over to Claude or Codex, and then I go through a more in-depth planning session with them, and then and start from there. But I'm hoping now that Grok CLI is out that it's just going to get better and better, and then I'll be able to do full planning with Grok. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to do building with Grok in the future as well. I'd like to be able. There's no reason why. Because I can already change here, like Claude, Codex, and I can do that for over here. So I could change this dude to Codex, and then this guy to Claude, and then have, you know, Grok do QA. There's no reason I couldn't do that. Like, that's the whole point of it. Yeah, and then the point is like the other part of that is that I could then have like the operations agent that handles like all the git pushes. That could be a Hermes agent, like just running some local model. So that's all planned out, just not implemented yet. But yeah, I like using Grok. I feel like it's really good for that type of stuff. And it's just super fast. I do if one agent like Claude or Codex gets stuck, like the architect, and we're trying to, like, if I've done like 10 rounds of bugs, I'll have Claude or Codex like do a summary of what we've been fighting. And then I'll just send that to Grok, and sometimes it'll give me a different path to go down, and then I send its response back to the main agent. I find that that's super helpful. Is Plato still working? No. Send both items. Side, add a to-do to make the report more usable. Investigate interactive file links and git changes as let's do interactive file links in the main report, and then a tab side panel drawer for git changes. Did those changes from the builder land and pass QA? Also need to figure out why if that's a... It'd be nice if that git diff was something I could just pull from GitHub versus making it all from scratch. Going to kick the full demon suite. See, that would get added to the news ticker. We should do research on if there is a Git project that we can fork legally versus creating from scratch. Yes, both cleanup changes landed locally and passed daemon QA, but I did not run Xcode build because this round does not touch Swift. Okay, so what are our current tasks and review the recent to-do items and let me know if they should. I think most should be done before we really dive into the overhaul. Report should become a practical review service, not just static markdown prose. The main report should support interactive file links so users can share them directly to reference files, artifacts. Git changes should likely live in a dedicated tab, side panel, or drawers. Non-architect escape to stop. I do this after the Kanban lifecycle actions because it should reuse the same abandoned failed dependent rules. I agree. Port access from Kanban. Mostly done-ish from recent work, but still belongs in the make reports first class before. Notification drawer, probably before you all, but not first. Canonical role prompt files. Yeah, that needs to be done. Workspace backed multi-view shell. This is important but bigger. We should not do cheap, same project Windows singleton fix. The right version is project workspace views. Yeah, got it. But what about the optimization tasks themselves? Making the latency faster or making the latency less and making everything universal. Wasn't there some leftover Claude stuff we needed to make not hard coded? Yes, very good. Universality lane? Damn. Let's also add a task to add a toggle to the app where it does not kick off the loop structure until it is toggled on. This way, if we wanted to implement 20 tasks at a time, they could sit in the queued column in the Kanban until everything is ready. I could then ask you to do a final review of all of the tasks in that work stream to verify dependencies and accuracy. And then once that loop is turned on, everything would run normally. We should do that before we start tackling some of these longer projects that are chained together. Oh, that one will be fun. Just because then it'll be like... It'll be better once I can actually spawn ghost agents. Right now I'm stuck with just the 2 plus the ones that they spawn by themselves, that the other agents spawn off just to like ask questions and stuff. Ephemeral agents, if you will. That's a weird word, I don't like it. Films, what I'm curious what you use for your mixed workflow. Do you using the desktop apps for whatever agents? Do you use local models? Are you using CLI? What are you working with there, bud? I've seen some vibe coders speak in their prompts. What do you think about that? So that's what this last prompt that I did, I just used this dictate button that's built into the desktop app. It's not as accurate as some of the apps. I tried, what is it, Gladys? Totally just doxed a friend's phone number. I may have uninstalled it. Yeah, I tried Whisperflow. That needs to just go away. I tried Whisperflow and I didn't realize there's like a 20-step onboarding, and then it's like, oh, by the way, you only get like 500 words a week or something like that. And then there was Gladios or Gladius, something like that. I was using that, but I was just burning through words too quickly. But it worked really, really well. I enjoyed doing it. It's a lot faster, and I feel like I can articulate my thoughts better versus worrying about me getting typos right. But I just don't want to pay another $20 subscription every month. Like, you think about all the shit that we pay for to do AI, and it's just like, okay, this is just too many subscriptions. Use ChatGPT or Gemini for most of your hybrid coding. I have not tried Gemini, but everything I've seen, I don't know why I would go with Gemini over any of the other guys. It didn't seem, especially like they released the new models yesterday, and they didn't beat the existing models from the other guys. So I don't know. Maybe that was just their fast model, but I don't know. Go ahead and build the. Go ahead and send the loop task to builder. Yeah, that is the nice thing. Like Google, like you are the product, and Google gives you a lot of stuff for free. I'm interested to. I played around with Google's. What is it? Switch? I think it's Stitch. For like some just like checking it out type stuff, and I was kind of impressed with it. And that was, I'm pretty sure that was free. I don't think I paid money for that. So I'm interested. Like Google does do a good job at that, but I don't know. Free is awesome, but if it's not accurate or fast, I'm not too interested. Grok does not give you much for free. No, it does not. For free, no. But I pay for Premium Plus. So it's built into that pricing. With the goal of obviously getting monetized and then, getting money back from it. Whenever I had just normal premium, I didn't run into issues very often. But ever since I've gotten Premium Plus, I haven't had a single problem at all as far as running out of stuff. I'm actually super interested in setting up a local Hermes agent that then ties into my Super Grok account and then just does basic automations a couple times a day. That would be super neat. Super neato, if you will. All right, Plato, are you working? Yes, you are. Cool. For your workflow, you do not max out on Gemini. Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if people who do mixed workflows max out on anything. I have the $100 a month plan for Codex, and I did have it for Claude. So far, I think this reset. Yeah, I think they reset it yesterday early. So this is my first week with it, but I think this reset yesterday, and I worked for like 4 or 5 hours, and then I streamed for like 5 or 6 hours last night, and then I've been streaming and working for I've been streaming for 2.5. I probably worked another 2 or 3 hours this morning. I've only used 8%, so I think they doubled Codex until like the end of the month or something, but still, like, that's pretty good. I do miss the 1 million context pool from Claude, though. I do miss that. Okay, so you did your thing. You haven't sent it back to architect or to advisor. Is builder done? So where... I don't actually see like a toggle. With the backend app and not the full user-facing feature. Okay. Then send it. Yo. Way to get me excited. C Films, what kind of projects are you doing? It like, is it for work or just like for funsy side project hustle stuff? What are you building? And are you more a back end or front end, full stack? What are you? That's what I was gonna do. I need to side data analyst, data scientist, data visualizationist, database person. Bro, you love data. I love data too. My big thing was like digital consulting for e-commerce websites. That was my bread and butter. So like running A/B tests, conversion optimizations, just figuring out how to optimize flows for e-commerce customers, projects, things like that. That was my bread and butter. Definitely more on the side of building out systems based on data versus just making it look pretty to make it look pretty. But I doubt I was anywhere as hardcore on data as you, it seems. Is builder done? Not seeing it move and you didn't respond. If complete, kill the builder agent before giving out new tasks. Bum 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 bum. One of your projects is a new math and statistics focused coding language being developed in Python called McFly. Okay. Bonus points for the name. It's supposed to feel like a programmable calculator. Are we talking like, what was that? Like a T80 Texas Instruments? Like that kind of programmable calculator? Or what are we talking here? It learns from the past but looks to the future. McFly. I like it. Does it work on water? Execution on. Make a want to build a website that says hello world. I also want a MD file with the full content of the JFK Rice Uni speech. And then I want another MD file that has the birthdays of the last 7 presidents. Lastly, I want Elon Musk's current estimated worth in a MD file. It is domain-specific language, DSL. Bro, you're just picking up on all the old school vibes. I like it. Okay, so that was one prompt. Is it going to split it into different tasks? And then is it going to belong all to the same work stream? It did not. Or it added... Are these going to be individual tasks or one giant task? Add another task that makes the background red. Or the hello world. It should be a dependent and also in the same work stream. Database data-driven website cfilms. What, like cfilms.com or... Is this it? That's the right website. Actors born in Seattle, but it's snappy. Built with MariaDB. Six degrees of Seattle, Washington, Seattle. Ooh, do you have Bellingham in here? I don't know if she was born there, but isn't Jennifer Gartner? Yeah, there's Bellingham. She was born in Bellingham, I believe. My wife and I met in Bellingham. Oh shit, I didn't know The Ring was filmed in Bellingham. Oh, partially. It was pretty cool. Yeah, we met in Bellingham and then we moved to Vancouver before we moved away. This is cool, man. I could definitely see how I would spend way too much time on this, just like figuring out weird things. What is? Oh, that just goes to the website. Oh, okay, I see. Other states. Alaska. Juneau. Where's the data come from? Are you scraping it from IMDb and Wikipedia, or where how are you getting it? That's pretty cool though. Add 3 more random tasks to the same work stream. Don't care what is produced. Manually update the data. Ooh, damn. Manually update the database. Is that something you're looking to upgrade in the future? Just kind of getting the bones in place now, or what? Now add 10 more random tasks to the 10 more random tasks that are in seven different work streams. Have some of them be dependent on the other tasks in. Sure. You manually update the database to learn the data better and verify the data. I mean, that's cool, man. Pretty cool. So actually, I am wondering. Okay, so you maybe because she wasn't born in Seattle. I guess that's what the limitation there is. So if it's not a Seattle thing, you don't have actors born there. You just then have information on the other Washington cities. Gotcha. Okay, I just added a bunch of tasks randomly to the database or to the Kanban board. Some of them live in work streams and some of them have tasks that are dependent on each other. I have not turned these execution mode on yet. Can you just confirm that everything in the database looks correct before I actually execute the loop? Database. This will actually be a really good test because I don't. I think I did like 2 tasks back to back, but it was still in the automated side of things. So I've never done anything. What is this, like 14 tasks? I'm going to query the task. Jennifer Gardner was born in Houston, Texas. Okay. Maybe it's not Jennifer Gardner. It's the chick who played in The Karate Kid. Who is that? I'm like 99% about that. She may not have been born in Bellingham. I just know that she lived in Bellingham growing up. She grew up there. Hillary Swank. That's right. shouldn't be claimed because the new toggle is set to plan, not auto loop. Is that the problem? Daemon currently does not know what task 23 depends on. Know that task 23 depends on 22 or 34 depends on 27, etc. Because the task dependency table is empty, those dependencies are only written as text inside the spec artifact. So the problem is not why are they unclaimed? They should be unclaimed right now. The problem is when claims are allowed again, dependency order may not be enforced by the DB. Is that because did the dependencies not happen because they haven't been sent to the MCP yet, or because there's a bug in the workflow? Can you investigate that part of the problem, or do you already know what the problem is? Okay, so she was born in Alaska, lived in Spokane, and in Bellingham. Okay. Yeah, I don't. An acquaintance that we had, my wife and I had in Bellingham, was like a childhood friend of hers, and so we just knew that she lived in Bellingham as a kid. I think she actually like lived down the street from my townhouse whenever we lived there. This is a workflow tooling gap not caused by planning mode. What I found, the tasks have already been sent to MCP. They exist in the DB. Cool, but the MCP create task field does not currently accept a structured dependency field. Why not? Planning mode is working. Claim dependency enforcement exists. Create task dependency wiring is missing. Can we do number 2 and then apply that to the existing tasks before I turn on the loop? Also, does the loop remember its position, its status between app starts? So now I understand the name. C Films, Seattle Films. I get it. Get it. That does the same grouping of workstream related tasks. We need to make a to-do that does the same grouping of workstream related tasks. Do I want that though? Grouping of workstream related tasks the same way they end up grouped in the done column. However, they should be open by default. A question though, if one task from a work stream, let's see, how would I say that? However, when a task is moved from column to column, they should continue to have a parent work stream accordion in each column that a workstream task is present in. So then that way everything stays grouped as they enter different columns. Let me know if that makes sense. That was a shit prompt. That was like a 3 out of 7 on the prompt quality scale. That's another thing I should do. Summarize prompt quality announcements from the transcriptions of the videos as a roundup for EndoStream X posts. It should include how many ratings were done and what their average was. That way I can know if I'm actually getting better at my prompting. Could that be a stream chat poll? Question mark? Get the people going. I'm gonna have so many interactive features. It's gonna be lit. If a workstream has tasks in multiple columns, each column gets its own workstream parent container for the task currently in that column. Boom. Done can keep its current collapsed by default behavior for now. A change to that task is that if it's in the done column, it should be open until all tasks are done. Okay, once the review it, did builder complete? since this is a core MCP path. Grok build 0.1 just launched, is now available in the API. And it is super cheap. $1 input for 1 million tokens. $2 output for 1 million tokens. This seems pretty cheap, right? Isn't like I'm pretty sure Codex is like over $2 for input. I'll either patch the live queue dependencies or stop if anything shakes loose. Thanks, architect. I guess you're the advisor. Ooh, per tool token budget. Good catch, QA. Good catch. Dude does not like to give auto updates. Might have to restart Codex or start a new session. Let's turn this bitch on. So I flipped the switch and nothing happened. Fuck yeah. Which of my two projects sounds more interesting to you? I feel like the C films thing would make me go down a rabbit hole more. Like I would definitely probably I don't have a reason to use a scientific calculator. So the fact that it's a custom language and it's called McFly, I mean, that's pretty cool. But the Seattle things, like that's actually something that I could potentially see myself like spending time on, like just clicking through. My gut reaction says work on the SEO and then start placing ads, put banners and ads on it. So people who do go down that rabbit hole, you know, you at least get some fractions of pennies. But I mean, that's the how do I turn a profit in me thinking. Especially if you can get it to the point to where you can then search for it besides just people born in Seattle. You already have AdSense on the C Films website. Oh, maybe it's because I checked in Brave and it blocked all that. So that might make sense. Sorry about that. The existing recovery endpoint rather than hacking the DB directly. I guess that makes sense that you already had some SEO stuff going because I just typed in C Films and it was the first thing. I mean, it's a pretty unique name, but still. So that's the one that it manually forced. Oh, it's okay, so it moved it back and then it's doing it. Oh shit, it's actually doing it. But okay, so it flipped it. wonder if I'm going to get reports while this thing's still. Yep. Beautiful. Random weather? What did we do? ADE projects, test, working content. Here are a few generic food ideas you can use in recipes. Menus or meal plans. Steamed rice with mixed vegetables. Ooh. Random food menu? Okay. What is the random weather? Working content, random weather.md. Okay, so it didn't. Maybe because it's in some different work streams. The loop finished and all the tasks completed, and I believe all the reports are made. However, I'm only seeing 2 MD files in the working content folder. Definitely no hello world project HTML file, and check the logs and DB and get history logs for where they went. So that's cool that it worked, but I have a feeling it has something to do with the tasks swapping in and out of work trees. And random food was the last task, and that's all that I have is random food MD files. So I'm probably still in that work tree. On workstream random food. That explains why the visible working content folder only shows the 2 food files. So tasks are completing, and it's supposed to be closing out the workstream branches, work tree branch. Each task, if there's a work stream, it creates a branch for the work stream, and then it creates a branch for each work tree, which is for each task that's in the work stream. But then it's supposed to merge and close those as they're completed. And clearly that didn't happen. Did the work stream branches get created and then the work tree branches get made from those for the applicable tasks? Why aren't they closing / merging? I thought we fixed that issue a few days ago. I don't want to steer it because I want it to do the full investigation without my input, but like that is very obvious that that's what the problem is. Repo says part is clean enough. Clean enough? Great. I'm glad my DB is clean enough. The DB is momentarily locked by the daemon, so I'm going to query it with a timeout read-only style, and you should get it. So, do we need to do, what is that called? I don't think you need atomic writing, I think is what it's called, for a DB, right? That's only if you're editing like an MD file, like a file itself from multiple times. The actual issue, ADE merges task branches into workstream branch, but it does not currently consolidate completed workstream branches back into main or a project integration branch. Since the checkout is left on the last completed workstream, Finder only shows that workstream uses the real workflow and should be your chain projects. Test from a few days ago was task branch worktree cleanup, not workstream branch publication back to main. Well, fuck me then. Task branch to workstream branch currently works. Workstream branch to main project not implemented yet. What are the implications of this? So we need to obviously fix this workflow gap, but we need to do it in a way that respects the upcoming engineering template. Because merging the individual tasks to the workstream branch is correct by the MCP for individual tasks after builder is complete, but future agents need to be able to look at those branches, and then it shouldn't merge back to master until all of QA, all of testing, all of ops, or whatever the user ends up setting in their custom workflow for the engineering template. For the vibe template, this might be different, but we should discuss that. That prompt really fell off at the end. I feel like I was on a roll at the beginning, but then, yeah, it fell off hard. Exactly, the missing piece. What we need is a workstream publication policy, not a hard-coded merge. I like that. Workstream publication policy. That's nice. For the engineering template, I'd model it like this. QA, inspect them, and make their own test branches. Okay, sure. Those stage branches merge into the same workstream branch. Final workflow gate approves publication. Workstream branch merges into main. Report delivered, branch achieved, assets cleaned. So workstream.status equals complete probably should not mean ready to merge to main. It should mean this workstream's configured workflow is complete. The workflow template decides what stages must run before the status is reached. For the vibe template, workflow could be simpler. Builder done, report delivered, publish workstream to main. But even there, let's make it policy driven. Template, vibe, publish after report delivered. Template, engineering, publish after final stage approved. Required stages, builder, QA, test, ops. Gromit, no. Have you tried the new skill Grill Me with Docs from Matt Pocock? It helped me get a project that was completely derailed back on track. I haven't tried it specifically, but I definitely know of that skill. I'm currently using his TDD skill for testing. But no, I haven't used the Grill Me with Docs skill yet. I was using Claude up until a couple days ago, and I had most of my skills in there, and then I switched over to Codex, and I don't even know if my skills are actually installed. I know TDD is, but I don't know about the rest of them. But no, the next time I go into a big planning session, a planning session, another big planning session, I'm definitely going to make sure that I utilize it. It is an update to the Grill Me, was released over the weekend. Oh wait, so I thought Grill Me with Docs was already out. I knew Grill Me was out, and I thought Grill Me with Docs was just the upgraded version, and I thought it was out. Did he update it or something? Because that'd be interesting. Yeah, because I haven't. There's a big piece of this that's coming up that I need to do a planning session with. So, yeah, I'd be interested to know if he's made updates. I haven't seen anything on X from him. Got released on Thursday. Okay, maybe I just saw that he was working. Oh, last Thursday. Maybe that's when I saw it. Maybe I just saw that he was working on it. Yeah, I watched his video maybe like 2 or 3 weeks ago where he was doing a talk to a bunch of people, and he was specifically talking about the Grill Me skill. And then I think I remember seeing a tweet or something that he was working on an upgraded one. He seems like a smart fella. Way smarter than me. Amen. Yeah, for sure. I don't really know too many AI influencers. I just know I know him. He came up obviously in my early research when I started vibe coding, which has only been like a month or so. Vibe coding. So yeah, I'm a big old newbie to the vibe coding scene. I'm late to it. Yes. Well, I think it's also the accent that helps. I mean, I'm not into dudes, but his accent's kind of dreamy, if you know what I mean. That sounded a little fruity. Hope my wife doesn't watch it. Smart Brits from. Oh, is he? Did he teach or did he just go to Oxford? Are you secretly Matt in your alter ego? From the area, okay. The fix should probably add a workflow template concept to control the workstream is publishable, not punishable. Rename or split the current complete idea into clear states. Would the current complete state mean an additional Kanban column that shows done versus published? And is published the same as merged to master versus origin? Should they be? Question mark. We got the same haircut is the only thing that yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything witty to say. I was gonna say something about how I don't have his haircut because I'm bald. Actually, I don't even know if does he have a shaved head? No, I'm thinking about it. I don't know. Oh yeah. Would the current complete state mean an additional Kanban column that shows done versus published? And is published the same as merged to master versus origin? Should they be separated? Should also, even in vibe mode, should that be a toggle that prevents auto merging and auto pushing to origin? Another question: should loop sessions get their own report for all work streams as well as their own branch from master? Would this cause a problem when the loop toggle is on and we are auto running tasks as I enter them? Boom. What am I building? Sorry, I was working on that amazing prompt. So what I'm building is an ADE. It's kind of like an IDE, but it's specifically for agents. And basically it's a way for agents to talk to each other. And it kind of instills a bit of a workflow, but the workflow could be customized. Eventually it'll be able to be customized, but the cool thing is you can do communication from vendor to vendor. So I could have my architect who I interact with, and it plans out, it does the prompting. So I could have Claude be the architect, and then it'll create the prompt based on what I tell it, and then it'll send it to an MCP server and to a database, and then it can send it, and then the builder agent can be Codex, it could be Grok, it could be Quinn, it could, a local model or something, and then it'll perform that action, and then they communicate back and forth, and then that's all handled through a Kanban board. And then yeah, so this right now it's kind of the quote-unquote vibe template where it's just two agents working back and forth, but there could be like an engineering template where it'll have like a full flow of like 5 or 6 agents, and each agent does their own specified tasks before sending it back to the MCP for routing to the next role. So yeah, that's the high level overview of it. There's also going to be like other things where, so you can go in here and like, this is the report of the tasks, and it could be for like a work stream of like 10 tasks. This will be a report that says it, and then you can be like, what was give me more information about the third task. And so this is what I call a ghost agent. Yeah. So you can have that context, and then it has a whole like memory RAG system built into it. Did you see the sandbox thingy Claude managed agents on Cloudflare they released yesterday? Maybe you could steal some ideas from that. Is that different than the agent wrangling thing from a couple days ago? I don't remember seeing anything from Cloud managed agents on Cloudflare. I don't remember seeing that. I probably should. But I guess the big thing, maybe it does do it. Basically self-hosted sandbox. Oh, yeah. I do remember seeing something about that. I think I actually made a tweet about it. I was like, I'm fairly certain. I was like, this sounds really important, but as a creative type, I have no idea what it actually means. I'm pretty sure that was my exact tweet. If I had to guess, though, they're probably not letting other models from other vendors play nicely in those sandboxes. It's probably just Claude to Claude or whatever. The other thing that kind of kickstarted this idea is that you could also make it like entirely local. So if you had like 5 Mac Minis, you could set up a host machine and then set up sub agents on each of those Mac Minis, and then they would all communicate back to the host machine. So you could do the entire thing locally and just have like 1 agent per machine. So that's the other thing. Okay, what are we talking about here? Yes, I think these should be separated. We've been overloading done. I'd split the life cycle like this: queued, building, QA, test, etc. Done, published. Done and then published. Done means the workflow template is finished and the report exists. The workstream branch is complete and reviewable. Published means has been merged into project integration branch, usually main or master. Pushed is separate again. Local main master has been pushed to origin. Done does not equal published, does not equal pushed. Either a published column or a visually published badge. I like the badge. Revive code, I would still make the publishing configurable. Auto publish to main master on off, auto push to origin off by default. Maybe unavailable at first. I would not auto push to origin unless the user explicitly opts in. This is a much bigger trust boundary. Yeah, no shit. Local merge is make my project reflect the finished work. Remote is publish my this outside. Yeah, I got all that. Thanks. On loop sessions. Yes, I think loop sessions should be probably become first class. A loop session could have blah, 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 blah. Then work stream created during that, each work stream created during that session branches from the loop branch instead of directly from main. Then work streams publish, they merge into the loop session branch at the end. This also solves your where did all my files go? If the loop mode is on and you add tasks one by one, ADE needs to know whether they belong to the current loop session or a new one. I'd handle that as an explicit session state. It's been stable at 221 degrees. Wait, what is, I almost read that as 221 Celsius, which then you'd have a real problem. 105. Okay, well that's not the worst. It's not great. Damn, bro. Like, I hope you got some AC in your room. AMDs, yes they do. I had I used to do like streaming on games, like on a dual PC setup, and so I have my new Windows machine with a 5080 and an AMD something or other CPU, and then I had my old gaming PC that I used as the streaming box, and it had an AMD CPU and a 3080, and that thing would cook me. Like, I'd open the door to my office and walk outside to the hallway, and it was probably at least 15 degrees cooler. Okay. There's also the risk with auto-running tasks as you enter them is session membership. If the loop mode is on and you add if execution is on and session is open, the new task join that active session if session closed. Right now, before we added the loop toggle, let's talk to it. Before we added the loop toggle, any task that was added to the builder and was auto-executed or auto-claimed automatically created a new work stream. We should probably just keep with that so that the workflow doesn't change. The likelihood of adding multiple tasks back to back while they're still being built is probably fairly low for the most part. If you're doing that, then you're probably creating a new stream, a new work stream, and the loop should be paused. But just for consistency's sake, they should just be new work streams The only thing is, once a loop has been completed and all tasks are quote unquote done, but not published or pushed, it should probably switch back to master with a report for each completed workstream done in the loop. Does that make sense? Or is that overcomplicating it? I don't think it's overcomplicated because it's kind of keeping the exact same flow that we have now. God, that was bad. That was on a scale, we're going with a 13 out of 57. Am I using a particular ADE framework? I think I know what there's, what's it called? Like Langgraph or something like that. The answer would be no. I'm not using any frameworks. I'm building everything from scratch. Because Warp, yeah, I don't know what those are. When I was kind of doing some initial research, this like Langgraph or something like that came up quite a bit. But that was more of a workflow and not really a library to piggyback off of. I might be wrong on that, but yeah. It actually started. This whole thing started because I made a workflow, which I said I was going to do this yesterday. There's a workflow on my GitHub that you can drop in. I only ever tested it with Claude. I'm using it now, where it's essentially it was the basis of this, where this is the advisor, and then it spawns new builders, and then they communicate back and forth through MD files. So that's the genesis of the whole idea. And it gets you obviously I'm building the ADE with that workflow, so I mean it does the job, but this will be a lot more enhanced. The workflow to take over the way. I don't want to take over the world. Maybe the workflow to make me a couple bucks. That'd be cool. Okay, what does this say? Yes, that makes sense. Fuck yeah, it does. I do not think it is overcomplicated. It preserves the current mental model instead of inventing a new one. Oh, so you don't want to add a loop branch. That is simpler and closer to today. Then after a loop drains, all work streams are done, reports created, checkout returns to main master, Kanban shows work streams as done, not published. The files would still live on their workstream branches until publication. But the returning to main master makes it honest. You are back at the project baseline. Completed work is available to push. I don't know if that's correct. If we don't have a loop branch that all of the work streams branch off of, then once the loop is completed, the user won't be able to review the work that was just done because it lives in individual branches. So shouldn't the workflow, I guess, at least be updated to a minimum that work streams get merged to the loop branch, and then it just stays on the loop branch whenever it is complete so the user can review all of the work? in the classic lean back in the chair mode right now, waiting up for 58. Dude, I wish. I feel like I'm like so close to being able to do that. That's kind of almost what I'm building right now, is this whole like loop thing. So I'm doing this. So there's the Kanban, and then these, yeah. So like all these tasks with the work streams that have tasks built into them. I built this loop, so it's just in quote unquote planning mode. It's not really planning mode, it's just paused. And so they filled up the whole queued column, and then I could toggle the switch, and then it just ran through all of them, but I only have one builder right now. So it was boom, 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 boom. And then right now, the way the workflow works is it'll run through all of them, but if it has a question, it blocks any tasks that are dependent on that task with a question. And then it prompts the user to answer the question before it continues on. It'll do everything else except for the ones that are blocked by the dependency. There's also a third option to this, but it's not implemented yet, which is the YOLO mode. So it could be something like I work through a huge planning document and have it create 50 tasks, and then I'm going to bed because it's 4 a.m. And I could turn the loop into YOLO mode, and then whenever there is a question from the builders or the QAs or whomever, it would just go back to the architect, and the architect should have enough context to answer the questions instead of waiting for a human to do it. But I don't have that switch done. It's in the framework. It's just kind of at an empty point. But the whole premise is that it's supposed to be able to be like spawn 50 agents and go find me, dig through the top 50 performing stock markets or stock trades for today or something like that, and then they could all do it at the same time. That's the idea, but not there yet. Yes, you are right without a loop branch. Goddamn right, I'm right. I'm always fucking right. Review the whole order. Without a loop branch, review the whole loop is awkward because the work is scattered across separate completed workstream branches. The better model is back to what we just had. Then completion flow, task branch, workstream branch. After the loop finishes, user sees the combined result of all completed work streams in the project folder. Then the badge states become done. For non-loop mode, the loop branch can simply not exist. Main master workstream. This is a lot of examples. Go back and forth. I feel like this is pretty pivotal. Record all of this in detail. Why we made these decisions, since this is, there's no T in extremely at the end. Extremely critical to the workflow, and I want as much of it captured as possible, and then send it to builder. Let's chew on that. Yeah. So Gromit, what are you doing with 50 agents? What are you building? I'm intrigued. It's got to be. And what model are you using for the 50 agents? Ooh, prospectus for SpaceX just got released. Roadshow begins on June 4th. Pricing as early as June 11th. Listing trading debut under SPCX as early as June 12th. With reports of a $1.75 trillion valuation target and raising tens of billions. Would it be? Oh shit. Been working on this, the lyrics.com, which came out of that AI are hopeless in generating simple lyrics since the lack of emotion. So it is a semantic linguistic model. You trained your own model. Okay, bro, you're like on a whole new level. But what is the lyrics.com? Can't type. The gap between a demo and a song is structure, built on the structural analysis that thousands of released tracks across. Words jam together because they end in the same way, not because they mean anything. Bro, I'm pretty sure like this right here explains country music like to a T. Really really anything, any new music these days, but especially country music, like actually all three of these. Like that is, you nailed it on that one. Most popular producer, $49 a month, 200 generations per month, all 4 genres, 6 dimension scoring, Suno style C. So are you a music producer by trade? Or like, how did you get the insight on this? It's pretty cool though. Cool. Landing page is still in beta. Don't worry. I mean, it's better than 90% of the AI slop out there. I'm good. Oh, I had them. I didn't even have it on the right thing. Whoops. You're just staring at my mug the whole time. Been playing around with DAWS for years, but not any good. Been a steep learning curve. I don't know what DAWS is. It sounds familiar, but I don't know what it is. My brother-in-law, he's a music producer. He has a studio out of his house. So I probably have heard something like that before, but I should, we should not bring up this guy right here in front if you're on the stream. Ableton, I know that word. I know that word. I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but I definitely know that word. But I was saying, oh shit, because Anthropic has just agreed to pay SpaceX $1.25 billion per month through May 2029 for AI compute capacity, with capacity ramping in May and June 26 at a reduced fee. Dang. That's, I gotta send this to my buddy. That's huge. $1.25 billion every month. 0.25 times 12. $15 billion in revenue a year for the next 3 years. That's silly. I wonder what that's going to do for the IPO valuation. That's is that official? They're officially going public? Obviously there's been rumors about it, but $200 Claude subscription is high, dude. Fuck. You're telling me between like subscriptions for the actual, for access to an LLM, and then subscriptions to X for premium, and then subscriptions for domains, and subscriptions for email, and subscriptions for everything. There's a reason why I don't have an ARR in my video titles, because that number is negative by quite a bit. But we don't talk about that, especially when my wife is on the other side of the wall. Also, what is this guy doing? Are you still working? $15 billion a year. That's gotta, I mean, That immediately, they were planning on $1.75 trillion for before that news came out. And now it's going to be $15 billion a year guaranteed for the next 3. Yeah, that's going to push it. There was rumors, I guess, of it splitting before the IPO went public. Like a 5x split for early investors, which that'd be super cool. First builder crashed from an oversized payload before it actually worked. I restarted a fresh builder with a much smaller prompt. The new builder is running. Do not want to think about it, but we are so far ahead of everybody else grinding and learning what we will be working with going forward on. I agree. The part that I battle with is, will it even matter? Because there's the argument of like, get on board with AI or become the permanent underclass. But on the other hand, if Optimus does what it's supposed to do, like, well, why we won't even need to work in the first place, so why do we even need to do this? Obviously that's some Elon hopium right there, but you know, they did say that about I was there. I was there. All right, dude, you let me know when the builder is complete and you've done final checks. You've been quiet. So much marketing fluff, it is insane. Yeah, but it's definitely true. Maybe not the Optimus taking everybody's jobs and there just won't be a need for money. I don't think that'll be in our lifetime anyway. Or it's going to be in our lifetime, but it'll be so close to retirement age that it won't even, it'll be like, well, fuck me. But it's not like it's going to happen next week or anything. Bum, 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 bum. It's like a carpenter switching from a hammer to a nail gun, and you always suck. You will still suck if you don't. Yeah, I think the difference, I don't know. The difference I think will be is just the job displacement. Like that is a real concern because what you just said is true. But there's not a abundance of carpenters with nail guns. They still need carpenters with nail guns and hammers. There's no longer a need to have 500, teams of 500 developers and 50 designers at a software firm. You can do it with 50 developers and 5 designers. But I am ready to witness the whiplash when all these companies fire all of their SMEs. And then they don't have them anymore, and they eventually need them again. That wasn't a very well thought out thought, but and also ask me why I'm excited about that. Refactored in 25 months and they gotten rid of all their junior. That'll be fun. Thinking back on my team of junior developers, I would not push refactoring of code onto junior developers. That sounds awful. I'd rather run vibe coded code than refactor code bases with junior developers. Oh, come on, dude. What? Hurry up. Status. I don't even know what what builder is running. No builder's running. Builder is still running. Going to inspect recent activity files. I can make it. Okay, so it's not can't. Make the drag handle and area between panes at least 4 pixels wide. So the hitbox for sliding for resizing is larger. Add this to the optimization to do. What I mean is that you need the juniors to get your feet wet, so there will be a gigantic hole between fresh devs to seniors, and seniors will not touch that mess. Yeah, but see, I think that's the problem. I don't know how many senior developers companies are going to keep around to even have to train the junior developers that get hired back or whatever. I think they're just going to scale down the entire teams altogether, and then the workload will, whenever the pendulum comes back, and then they can't hire the teams that they need, the personnel that they need back, or just in general. I think there's going to be a huge knowledge gap in general. I think there already is. I would almost guarantee that most senior developers who are using AI are probably as knowledgeable as a junior developer would be about some of the code that they've written in the last 6 months. C-level will try and fix it by asking Claude. 100%. Well, actually, to be fair, they're not going to ask Claude. They're going to ask Copilot. And that's probably why they've already made some of the decisions that they've made. Fucking Copilot. What a terrible pile of garbage. Yeah, it's so bad. Like, my wife, their company just switched from Google to Microsoft. And so they tried using Copilot, but thankfully they got some smart enough people on their leadership team. They were like, no, this is terrible. So then they gave everybody access to Claude. Second focus QA is clean too. Thank God, this is taking forever. So we started this at 3:24. So it's been working for almost 25 minutes. Good Lord. Everything is complete. What are the manual test steps? Give me example prompts. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Rebuild, launch ADE, create or open a test project, then turn the loop execution mode off. Got it. Build failed. I think this is the first failed build I've had. Build succeeded. Okay, so let's try this bitch again. What is this? Oh, it implemented it. It should be the same color as the rest of the and not blue, and it also doesn't let me resize the panes. Okay, execution, planning mode. Okay. Create a task for builder to make working content. Create 2 builder tasks. First, make working content. Second depends on the first, making with follow up after base. Expected caveat after the loop finishes. It should be sitting at 0, not already partially full. Okay, we'll not enter that one. Tasks entered, but not flip. But I haven't flipped the loop toggle yet. Verify the DB is how you expected the tasks and branches to look. Oh, I don't think the branches are created yet, but we'll see. We shall see. Also, update any of the progress bar steps. Can we make sure that the progress bar steps are dynamic and match the workflow that they came from? If it's a vibe template versus engineering. They should respond differently. Again, this should be dynamic in case the user also creates a custom workflow. Also, the Kanban board is specific to each project, but the workflows could be different in individual workspaces. And so the progress bars for tasks should match the workspace that they came from, and they will not always be the same even inside one project. Does that make sense? Clarify any details you need before acting on them. All 5 are ready, blah, 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 blah. Dependency is correct. Workstream branches were created. They all point at the same commit as main right now, which is expected because no builder has worked. The last bit is expected for the slice we just added. The loop session is created when you flip execution on. Blah, blah, blah. That is the next slice. So is it ready for the loop to be turned on or ... Gromit, need a break here. Catch you later. Thanks, man. Appreciate the follow. Talk to you later, man. What should happen? All right. Hello. I flipped the toggle to execution mode and nothing happened. I checked the roles tab and looked at the builder, and it is still saying waiting for tasks. I then switched it back to planning mode, and again, no change happened. Investigate why the toggle did not kick off the workflow triggers. I really want to get this part done before I call it a day. It would be super cool if I could get this working. Toggle did reach daemon and created, then you switch back to planning it. Persistence. The problem is not button didn't patch this time. I'm checking why the ready tasks were not claimed while it was briefly enabled. Found the bug. Squash it. Found the bug. While verifying SSE fix. Supposed to surface the older frame overload again in the current file state. I'm applying the same split. Current line and rebuild it. Dookie. Execution is back off. Task is already unclaimed. No task. Branches, work trees, rebuild the launch app, flip the toggle. Okay, bud. Shabloom. Those two should be in a work stream. Alpha file report done. Base follow-up files. All right. Loop completed. All task marked as done. All reports have been generated. Go ahead and check all of the artifacts, Git branches, and the database updates to make sure everything went according to plan. And then report back what the next steps are as far as the work stream and loop branch strategy is. Initial audit is good for task execution. All 5 tasks are done. Unclaimed task work trees are gone. Okay, better than we were before. Important lifecycle gap is visible. The loop session exists, but is still running and is still at the initial commit, while the checkout is on the last workstream branch. I'm checking out first. That doesn't sound right. Actually, maybe it does. Because we were supposed to stay on the loop branch. But they didn't commit to the loop branch. I think that's the problem. Task report. Well, that should separate the task workflow work from the new loop strategy is fully wired, which is important. Okay. Do your thing, bud. What went right? What did not match the intended loop strategy yet? Loop session exists. Right, that sounds right. But it's still marked running. Oh, okay. Work streams are not associated with the loop session in the DB yet. Their loop session ID is empty. That's bad. The loop branch is still just the initial commit, does not contain the completed work. Project checkout is currently on workstream based follow-up files, not the loop branch. So the individual task workstream work workflow work. The new LAMP publishing strategy is not fully implemented yet. This is the exact next gap we expected after. Oh, I didn't know we were expecting a gap. Next steps. Okay, do it. Send it there, bud. This really needs to be sent to the main architect, I think, before I send this. Thinking about this more, should Kanbans, while still reflecting the one SQ, let's see, database for the project, should we have, should Kanbans, while still reflecting the 1 DB for the project, have their own board layouts that match the workflow? Or is the columns we have generic enough? And for example, a marketing task just would never go to the or does it really just depend on the workflow they set up in custom flows? Oh, I'm torn. I don't know. Should workspaces the problem becomes when they close a workspace and change Because if it's two workspaces, totally different templates, even if it's still just coding. Still waiting on Builder. Whoop. I'll keep waiting. You do that, bud. Builder finished cleanly. for implementation. Come on, Pierce. Oh no, did I just fucking lose that? Okay. Target tester green on my side 2, 30 focus loops, blah, 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 da, da, da. I'm doing a quick text copy of live demigration, check next. So I learned about a schema issue. Okay, bud. And the new publication columns appear. Ooh. Ba, 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 ba. Queue task with loop pause, flip execution on to verify the checkout ends. Give me a prompt that combines multiple work streams and grouped tasks with various dependencies. I want to test with like 15 tasks total. needs some work. Beautiful. Love to see it. Let's do this. So the architect went ahead and built the 15 tasks and assigned them to their work streams and dependencies. There was an issue with one or two of the tasks. Below is the full output of the architect. The toggle is still set to planning mode. Review the output from architect and then go and review all of the branches, database, and logs to confirm everything is correct before we flip the switch. Ooh. Structurally, the batch is safe to run, blah, 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 blah. One category is exactly what they are. 55 has no enforced dependencies because ADE does not allow cross-work stream dependencies yet. So final summary can start immediately when the loop is enabled. Spec documents that it should reference upstream tasks, but the scheduler will not wait for those. So yes, you can flip the loop on, but will not test true cross-work stream dependency gain yet. That's still a future workflow feature. Okie dokie, flipping. So that is all looking. So we don't have the published column yet. I'm just going to assume that that is correct. Report, final summary. Oh, so that's not a loop report. Reports generated. Check everything and all artifacts and DB rows and branches. Mostly worked. Ooh, boy. Checkout is on the loop branch. One red flag. The loop session row still says running, so I'm checking whether some keeping it open or whether the drain check missed completion. Is now clear. 6 older active work streams were also attached to the same running loop sessions. The drain check is correctly refusing to close it. I'm clicking those. Let's see those dudes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's too broad when execution is enabled or reused, attached to an older running loop session and pulled in stale active work streams. That is a workflow gap to fix next. What happened to... So did all of the... So all of the branch work is now correct? Question mark. What about the published column action? Also, wasn't I supposed to get a or is that what final summary is? It didn't. I don't think it should be final summary because that looks like it's a task. Oop, sorry. Because the loop session loop report would not have fired anyway unless we explicitly. Yeah, okay. So the next fixes are loop session isolation. Yep. Old blocked active work should not keep the new loop open. Loop report. Once a loop batch completes, ADE should generate a loop level report summarizing all work streams in that loop. This is separate from the work stream reports and separate from user created summary docs. Work streams can show done and published. Loop should show running complete, maybe needs attention. Do number 1 and number 2. We should discuss number 3 while the builder works. We'll just ADE. That's a lot of reports. Are these like all? Where are reports currently stored once generated? Also, in the reporter runs folder, there is over 2,600 log files, and a ton of them are talking about how Claude subscription disabled, which I assume has something to do with the reporter rule fallback. Okay, so this is where the reports live. I think there's a lot of overlap here. In the report runs folder, there are over 26 log files with a ton of them talking about how Claude's subscription was disabled. Should I assume the however, what's the difference and reason for the log files versus the report artifacts inside the vault folder? Focus loop for migration. Blah blah blah. Identify the next manual test should be a clean one. Flip execution off. Create a new batch. Okay, well, give me the prompt similar to the last one. To test with. Kind of crazy that that's 2,000 characters, like just that. I don't know. That seems weird. Go. It's gonna be sweet having like multiple builders, and then I can just tackle all of these at the same time. Does the architect have the ability to control the app shell and B start the loop if asked. This is important as it's connected to launching ghost agents or adding additional agents for major roles. No, not really. Loop report. The architect can call ADE MCP tools that affect daemon state. Opening panes, focusing windows, changing aloud, or pressing app buttons. That's intentional, but it does not directly control Swift UI show. Start the loop if asked. Does not yet as likely not yet as an MCP tool. Right now, that loop toggle is exposed through your app backend HTTP endpoint. The app shell calls that, but unless we added a MCP wrapper tool for it, the architect can't cleanly say start the loop through normal agent tooling. It might be able to hack around with shell network access, but that's not what we want. For your future ghost agents, is from your own, I think we should add explicit. Then the architect can do this safely. I created 20 tasks, review dependencies, and I'm starting the loop now. This should emit the same execution toggle event as the UI and create a fresh loop. The architect should be able to request daemon action that does not manipulate the shell. Could it be a single tool called shell actions that we then pass a param to? It already has the ability to spawn the ghost agents, correct? Even if it's not. Okay. App listens through SSE state, refresh, and reflects the change. Excellent. This sounds good. Add it to a task after. Add it as a task after optimizations. Also, the newest loop has completed. Do the audit. Audit looks good this time. Newest loop. Blah, blah, blah. Loop branch. Okay. Batch result. Work streams all complete and published. Work stream reports 5 done reports. Loop report notifications exist. Loop branch contains all 15 expected files. Only small note. Execution enabled is still 1. So the loop is currently in execution mode. Yep. If you want to stage another batch before running it, flip it back to the planning mode. I've also added the deferred post optimization. Oh, right. What about the published and pushed state? Is that still a future task? Question mark. Let me put the question mark. is no longer just future. The backend state exists now. What exists today? What is still future? UI badges, columns, sections, published manual action to promote loop branch. Let's table all of these for the future after optimizations. Here are a bunch of additional random thoughts and tasks that we should organize and discuss before scheduling them for implementation. Finally get that out of the input field before I lose it. Bum, 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 bum. Tying them together is workflow where UI state is worth designing cleanly before we let it sprawl. Yes. Report logs are raw process logs, CLI failure backend, and they are operational evidence. Report artifacts are durable user. I think the app should show. Thing from Kanban preservers workflow. So yes, 2600 is a smell. We need retention, rotation, probably better guardrails. This. Vibe workflow might be queued, building, reporting, published. Well, custom workflow could be anything. So progress should not be hard coded in Swift as queued equals building equals void. It should come from the task. But keep the current columns as generic lifecycle columns for now. These are broad enough to cover most workflows without exploding the board. Then workflow specific detail belongs inside card, progress bar, badges, and maybe swim lanes later. If every custom workflow creates different top-level Kanban columns, the UI can become hard to reason about fast. Longer term, project has 1 DB. Yes. Workspaces can have different workflow templates. Yes. Each workspace can persist its board layout. Yeah, probably. Reopening a workspace restores its layout workflow config. Yep. Custom workflows generate progress steps and optional board views from config. How this fits branching. Publishing this branch model should stay orthogonal to workflow stages. Task workflow progress state says, where's the work in this process? Branch status says, where has the code content landed? From tangling with Git lifecycle state. Okay. Cool. Good session, dude. Write me a prompt for the next session. Update all knowledge files and status with everything so it's not lost on the next. Cool, so I think that's it. I'm gonna let that run. I'll run a memory update since that took like 35 minutes last time. Definitely wasn't expecting that. But yeah, I'm going to run that probably after the stream ends. Get it over to Clippo to make some shorts, and then we'll go from there. Thanks everybody who talked. Mainly you, Gromit and C Films. Appreciate the support and the follows. And yeah, I think that's it. Maybe I'll stream tonight as like a no chat stream session. Probably not. I'm kind of tired. If not, then tomorrow. So, yep. See you guys. That button didn't work.